Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. I hear my lovely cat Shadow meowing in the background. I will probably have to attend to him in a moment. But whilst we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, belief system, orientation, or how you're feeling. I know that life is often unpredictable. It can go in ways that we don't expect, and that can give rise to a lot of feelings, emotions, and all of those are valid. Hello, MJ. Hello, Anthony. Hello, Jazz. Yes, I do hear a kitty too. I might have to go and open the door for him in a second. But given that I just began, I didn't want to begin with an empty seat. Hello, Esther. Hello, Flo. Hello, Rachel Blackmoon. Hello, Auntie. You are happy, MJ? Or you say happy kitty maybe with your emoji. Thank you, Angie, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Freya, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Alright, do excuse me, even though the live has just begun. I am going to open the door for my cat Shadow. I'll be right back. Oh, Shadow Bear. Here you are. And look at his collar. He's all blinged out. Yeah, you're a pimp. You've got that ice. All right. And thank you, Audrey D, for your quintet of roses. Radhe Radhe. And I like that, Auntie. Hey, it's Guru Kitty. And thank you, Angie, for a tiny too. Yippee! It's Meowananda. I love that, Sky Guardian. That's great. Now I hear my audio peaking on my microphone, so I'm just gonna turn it down slightly, going in the wrong direction. There we go. Okay. Still peaking. Better. Yes. But I'm gonna turn the background music down as well. Okay. Hopefully. That should be a little better. What is Shadow's spirit animal? We must know. He is a spirit animal. Do spirit animals have their own spirit animal? He's a spiritual animal. Yes, hello. Hello. You are very vocal, and I love you. You are good at expressing yourself. You are going to take a nap there. Now, my question of the day for you all, I'd like to know, where is it? Where have I put my question of the day? Yes, there it is. What potential do you see in the world? I recognize that there's a lot of room for improvement in many different qualities and aspects of life. And I'm sure that all of you are fully aware of that. So why don't we dive into it? And you're welcome to interpret the question in any way that you see fit. Peace, says Anthony. That's a big one. I agree. Alfie, you share an evolution past reincarnation. Powerful. Nirvana. You are lovely. I love you. Yes. Sir Simon says, you see the potential to assign spirit animals to kitty cats. Well, maybe Shadow sees himself as a big lion. Hopefully peace can take over, says Rachel Blackmoon. I like that. Peace taking over. And thank you, JR, for your popcorn and applause. Radhe, Radhe. And Mihai, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! MJ, you see the ability to sustain when things seem unsustainable. That's powerful indeed. It may seem as though many things are holding on to dear life, and at any moment something could collapse. But sustenance is possible. Good to see you, Feather. Auntie, you see the change that you have made in yourself and the world's potential. That's well put and very beautiful indeed. Estrella, you share your potential is to heal. And you are healing in many ways, even now. And peace and love you share as well. Arthur, you share unlimited potential, if not interfered with by outside forces. Or limited by internal forces. Froggy Fuzz. You see our closet being aired out, stepping into the light of Brahman. Very poetic. Poop Thrower, you say peace and love always. That's lovely. 31 planes of existence. You see more practices of mindfulness, open-hearted, and compassion. I agree. MJ, you see a higher vibration from the next generation. They are needed now more than ever. I'm happy to hear that. Eloise, you are welcome to be here always. Auntie, you share that as long as we are willing to all make the change that's necessary within us, the world will change. I couldn't agree more. Change starts on the level of the heart and reverberates outward. And Alfie, you had said that there is a potential for anything. It's how long it takes. Thank you. Thank you, Feather, for your heart me a minute ago. And Mihai for another heart me. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Chris, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And I love that, Auntie. We can start that ripple effect in this lifetime and can keep it going in our next ones. Wonderful. Now, thank you all for attending to my question of the day with me. I certainly very much enjoy all of your lovely responses. I think it helps me to reflect on mutual perspectives and how might we differ in the ways that we see the world. I like how many of you pointed out that since we are a part of the world, then maybe the best change starts from ourselves. And from that we can serve as a role model or work outward from there. And thank you, Arthur, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I'm going to minimize the question of the day. But Amanda, you share that you see the potential to see the world from different angles, and that is very true. Although we may be limited to our own perspective in this moment is evolving, and we can always choose to open up to new areas of life, new dimensions, way of thinking, faculties of cognition. Now, why don't we read from our daily reading, since you know I like to start our lives with a question of the day, followed by a reading, and then we open the floor up to general questions and answers on all things spiritual, philosophical, cosmic, or otherwise central to the essence of life. We have been gifted, I say we as a Sangha, a book from our beloved viewer, Sky Guardian. He has sent us a book that has been blessed from his guru, Swami Taratmananda Ji. Written by him as well, Roar of the Ganges. It's a story that takes place in India, where Swamiji, then known as Mark, has been by the bank of the Ganges River, a very spiritual river that goes throughout much of India. He is in an ashram in the city of Rishikesh, in the foothills of the Himalayas. There, Mark is undergoing many drastic realizations about their own personality and how they are going to mesh in as a Westerner who is about to take sannyas, which is a renunciation. They are letting go of their name, their family, even their belongings to become a monk dedicated to the spiritual path. What does it look like? What does it feel like? What's going through his mind here? Let's explore his words together. Here we're starting a new chapter. We won't read the whole thing, but we'll just read a good few pages. This is the Ganga View Restaurant. Ganga is the Sanskrit name for the Ganges. Lakshman Jhula is a town of many ashrams and temples a few miles north of Rishikesh. along the old pilgrimage route to the high Himalayas. It is set in a deep gorge where the Ganges slices a jagged path through the foothills. I decided to walk there and enjoy the pleasant scenery along the riverbank. I left immediately after lunch and set out the same way that Vijay, his friend, and I had taken yesterday. When I came to the Ram Jhula suspension bridge, I found that it was crowded with fellow travelers. The 1,000-foot bridge is barely 6 feet wide and is therefore prone to unique traffic jams. Sometimes, a solitary cow would wander onto the bridge and crouch at the halfway point, sedately watching the throng scramble around her. One day, 2 fruit vendors pushing hand carts piled high with bananas and oranges entered the bridge from opposite ends. When we met at the center, they found that the bridge was not wide enough for their carts to pass. Each demanded that the other should back up. An angry argument ensued while hundreds of pedestrians stuck on either side pushed and shoved, impatient to get across. When I first came to Rishikesh 8 years ago, the Ram Jhula bridge had not yet been built. Travelers had to go all the way to Lakshman Jhula, where a larger suspension bridge spans the Ganges. Travelers could also choose to ride a ferry boat across the river. I recalled an earlier visit when I pushed my way onto a tiny ferry boat crowded with excited pilgrims. They fed sweets to the river's sacred fish and erupted in piercing cries, "Ganga Mata Ki Jai! Hail to Mother Ganges!" Just across the river lies Svargashram, a town of ashrams, temples, and shrines popular with pilgrims. This place also features many brightly painted outdoor exhibits depicting various gods and goddesses. The childlike simplicity of these displays made it feel like a spiritual Disneyland. And like Disneyland, Svargashram attracts families with children. Here, they can combine a fun holiday in the mountains together with a pious religious pilgrimage. The narrow lane running through the vicinity is lined on both sides with tiny shops catering to the vacationer pilgrim's needs. A sort of spiritual bazaar. In addition to the usual provisions, one can find technicolor laser prints of venerated deities, as well as varieties of oil lamps and articles of worship. Tiny brass pots were sold for collecting a few ounces of Ganges water to be taken home, where it would be used for rituals or perhaps as sacred medicine. In these narrow passages, a few cows laid in the cool shade of shops' awnings. One cow licked thirstily at a dripping faucet. I obliged her by opening the tap, thereby earning God's grace according to the beliefs of my fellow Hindu travelers. Instead of hiking eastward into the mountains as I had done yesterday with Vijay, I turned north along a delightfully shaded footpath paralleling the river, winding through a forest which is home to dozens of sadhus living in simple huts. After walking more than a mile on the sandy path, I arrived at Lakshman Jhula. The town named after the suspension bridge here, whose web of steel cables has spanned the river for 80 years. Although Jhula means swing in Hindi, there is no other word in the language for suspension bridge. Lakshman is the brother of Lord Rama. a heroic and divine figure from ancient times, revered as an incarnation of God, and the past life of Krishna. When the new bridge was built downstream at Svargashram, it was named Ram Jhula after Lord Rama, perhaps so the venerated brothers would symbolically dwell together here and shower their blessings on the region. These inseparable brothers are the heroes of the Ramayana, a magnificent epic poem much loved throughout the country. Traditional stories, such as the Ramayana, are much more than mere entertainment. They pervade Hindu culture, powerfully conveying moral values, love for humanity, and devotional themes. The Ramayana and the equally popular Mahabharata are stories of gargantuan scope and length. The Ramayana recounts Lord Rama's exploits, his banishment into the forest, the kidnapping of his wife Sita by the evil Ravana, and the colossal battle to rescue Sita. The Mahabharata, attributed to the sage Vyasa, is acknowledged as the world's longest poem. It contains about 100,000 two-line verses, each in elegant Sanskrit. It tells the fabulously elaborate story surrounding a terrible war fought between two rival clans and of Lord Krishna's decisive role in that battle. For centuries, children have heard these and other stories sitting on their parents' or grandparents' laps. Even today, they are popular bedtime stories. But they are meant not only for children. The Mahabharata, for example, presents a vast array of fascinating characters engaged in conflicts of incredible complexity. The most widely read scripture in India, the Bhagavad Gita, is actually a 700-verse section excerpted from the middle of the Mahabharata. In the Gita, Lord Krishna gives spiritual instruction to the great warrior Arjuna in the midst of the battlefield. Because stories are capable of conveying subtle and profound messages in a captivating way, they are frequently employed in traditional spiritual teaching. Few gurus could sit before their students to teach without telling several stories to serve as illustrations. And that's a great place to stop. And a good segue into a reminder that on my ASMR YouTube channel we've been reading through said Bhagavad Gita, the excerpt from the greatest poem ever written, the Mahabharata, as it takes us on a journey to understand the nature of consciousness, existence, and bliss, sung 5,000 years ago on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Seems as though the blanket behind me is not wanting to be up, but that's okay. I thank you all for listening with me, and I thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Allow me to extend my gratitude back to you now. Oh, John F., thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Esther, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Click here to order is a username, it seems, of one of our members. But I can't help but laugh at Courtney's reply to their comment, which puts their username as an @ sign. And so now it says, click here to order facts. Here you are, just click on Courtney and you will order facts fresh off the fact printing press. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you for asking, Amanda Michelle. My day has been well so far. Today, I went to the lake with my friend and my younger sister. There we blew up a big swan floaty and floated around the lake, and I swam for a little bit. And then I covered myself in the hot sands to dry off and warm up. User 740. You say, you can refer to my account as 333. I think we used to have a funny name for you. Was it Bingus? Something like that. But alright. Thank you, 333, for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you for sharing your knowledge of the imposter, user 333. I do enjoy all the variety of impersonators of me. They are getting quite clever and sometimes battle amongst each other for who the real Yam is. Such is why I've put this banner up here. But I thank you for knowing that I am not one to follow you and give you a reading for the price of any money. I certainly don't have any services that cost any money. Arthur, you were wondering, which YouTube channel are you reading the Bhagavad Gita on? I am reading it on a channel called Yamsox ASMR. It's also the second link in the link tree in my bio, in case it's easier for you to just click your way there. And thank you, Sai Haiki, for your 10 roses, if that is how to pronounce your name. Radhe, Radhe. Kelsey Ann, you ask, do you have any tips on achieving astral projection? Many people are concerned with leaving their body. We are always trying to escape the experience we're having now for something more rewarding, more deep, more fun. There are many dimensions to ourself, to our personality, to our mind that we can explore. But we explore those best not by trying to leave this moment for another, not by trying to leave this world, but by being present here. The greatest spiritual growth that is even conceivable takes place right here. And I don't just mean in this live stream. I mean wherever you are. If you are one with all of the feelings, with your body, with your mind, with the people around you, with your room, with your pets, with the weather, with your responsibilities, when there's no resistance to what is happening right now, then you blossom just like a big beautiful flower, opening itself up to receive the warmth of the sun. And thank you, Mihai, for your quartet of ice cream cones. And thank you, user 333, for your quintet of roses. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, John F., for your friendship necklace. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your rose too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And MJ, thank you for your hand heart. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Alice. Don't spoil it, Sky Guardian. I'm just kidding. Adalberto, you ask, what should someone do when feeling depressed? Nothing. That's the problem. We feel compelled to do something, especially in our culture, in our society. If you're not doing something, then that means you're not growing, you're not bettering yourself, you're not productive. But that's okay, because sometimes doing nothing is the most productive. When we've experienced a lot, we have to detach ourselves for a while so we can process what we've experienced. And to others, that might look like secluding yourself for a while until you're able to come to terms with what's going on inside you. Like the Large Hadron Collider, that huge particle accelerator many kilometers beneath the surface of Geneva, Switzerland, on the border with France. So much energy is required to smash trillions of protons every second at the speed of near light. It collects so much experience that it has to shut itself off every few years so that it can redirect its energy towards processing that data. Because if they kept that machine running, they'd never have anything useful come out of the data that they've processed. It would just sit there and pile up. Likewise, in our experience too, if we don't take time to withdraw from the world, to be in our own solitude, then how can we process all of the data that's in our experience, in our trauma, in our very imaginations, memories, fears, desires, dreams, aspirations? So sometimes I think that the best thing to do when you're depressed is nothing at all. You don't have to be doing something to heal. Sometimes the most healing thing is not doing. Right, Shadow? Would you like to say hi? Hi. I love you. I think you're tired. You should have a nap. I will open the door for him, though. I'll be right back. Where are you going? I'm trying to convince him to take a nap next to me. I don't think it's working. Good evening, prayer warrior. Happy to see you come in. And Alpha, you share that from personal experience, that figuring out and starting your spiritual journey cured your depression. Yeah. It's a funny thing to explain for those who might not have had it explained, that spirituality isn't just some aspect of life that you can get into if you want. It is something that takes over your life from the ground up. It reconfigures your entire nervous system, your way of looking at everything, from the ant that's walking by you on the sidewalk to your own ability to do basic tasks. Spirituality, although on the surface might have to do with crystals and chakras and burning incense sticks, deep below that is an entire rewiring of your basic understanding of existence. It is ancient. It is universal. It is the very conduit of life. I like the way you put it, Kelsey. It is a breaking down the foundation and building your own truth. Hello, Ro. Bailey, you ask, what happens after enlightenment? What happens after enlightenment? Then spirituality begins. And Sky Guardian, you share that your friend Shyam enjoyed the Vachanamrut reading. He liked the Ima contact. What is the Ima contact? Do tell me. But I'm happy to hear that he liked the reading. And thank you, Jules. All the best wishes back to you. And hello, Chelsea. You know, I've been juice deprived lately. I haven't had that much juice. I'm a contact. That makes sense. Thank you for clarifying, Sky Guardian. And yes, exactly, the oracle reads. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. And oh, you would like me to elaborate. Well, what is enlightenment? It goes by many names. The Christians call it salvation. The Muslims have a word that translates to illumination. New Agers might call it self-realization. You could call it liberation. to be free of one's desires, to attain something that they are separate from. That is a direction rather than the end. Like the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism, the first noble truth is the statement, there is suffering. That's a given. The second is that there is a source of suffering. It's not mere random. The suffering does arise from something. The third is that there is a cessation of suffering, an end. There is a place in which the suffering goes to. It doesn't just lead you nowhere. But the fourth, and perhaps most important noble truth, is that there is a path taking you from the origin of suffering to the cessation of suffering. It's not just that the origin, the start, and the end are not connected, that some people just aren't on the path. No. There very much is a path below you, taking you from the cause of your suffering to its result. Why is that the most important of the Four Noble Truths, in my opinion? Because it's the journey, not the destination. As long as you are putting your effort in right now towards being free of this desire, then that is true. You are on the path. You are effectively, retroactively saved from the future. Your salvation is already guaranteed. And if that hits ya, then you're practically enlightened before you even reach enlightenment. Simply with the confidence that you're getting somewhere. The knowledge that you are growing, learning, letting go, and that process will always continue. You cannot fail or lose any spiritual progress. In that sense, you are destined for it already. Thank you, Dub Darker. Hello. Thank you for your heart, me. Radhe, Radhe. 333, you ask, since that your daughter has recently become heartbroken, do you have any shareable advice for her? And Sea Bear, you also ask for any advice on how to heal from a recent breakup. Sounds like these feelings are going around. That's okay. Let's play around with that word, heartbreak. I suppose it's really two words that we've stuck together. Nonetheless, we feel like our heart is breaking, shattering, like in the emoji of a heart. The crack has pierced its way, severing two sides. Now, of course, our physical heart continues to beat, so it's a little more symbolic than literal. Although some scientists say that the literal strings connecting our ventricles of our heart, they can actually snap during heartbreak. And enough of them snap, then it's theoretically possible to die of a broken heart. Nonetheless, that's not something you have to be afraid of, unless you have a heart condition. Don't tell her that. But what we really mean by breaking is more the protective shell that we've created around this idea of love. And when that shell gets broken around our heart, we become vulnerable again. See, what love does is it creates a little shell around our heart. It doesn't matter that the world is going to shit when you have each other, right? You're in this kind of protective bubble created by the bond between you two. It's when that shell gets broken that you feel exposed to the elements again. Suddenly, all of the suffering that's been around you becomes felt again. It was always there, but we had carved out a little pocket for you and I to hide in. We dug ourselves a little trench, plastered ourselves in our love so that we didn't have to feel again. So heartbreak can open ourselves up to the reality of existence again. And it's, of course, a very vulnerable time. But living is just like that. So let your heart break, but let it break open so that you become spacious to life again. Let yourself feel the highs and the lows, because all of it makes you human. If we feel resistance to our feelings, then that's a good sign that we're expanding our comfort zone. Because in order to push the boundaries of how much love and loss we can feel, we have to feel the pressure of pushing our comfort zone up and out again. Thank you, Sai Haiki, for your heartbeat. Good night, Esther. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Erica, for your heartbeat and quartet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Esther, for another rose. Love is a beautiful thing. And I believe that heartbreak can also be beautiful. Because it's so raw. It's so authentic. It's so real. very sincere, genuine. There is a kind of weight to it. The difference between weight and mass is that weight is measured in force, whereas mass is measured in amount of stuff. What forces do is they accelerate us. Newton's first law of motion, is it? Force equals mass times acceleration. When we feel that force of heartbreak, we are accelerated in our spiritual life. Every curse in the world is a blessing to the spirit, and every blessing in the world is a curse to our spirit. When someone purchases a lavish home, car, vacation, we close up and become accustomed to comfort. And then when discomfort comes our way, we become even more sensitive to it. So in this way, a blessing in the world can be a curse to our spirit. But when someone grows through discomfort, when they are vulnerable to the preciousness of life, then their tolerance for adversity increases. They become stronger and more adamant to succeed. So a curse in the world can become a blessing to the soul. And thank you, Van Gogh Room, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, user 333, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. You're very welcome, Sea Bear. I know that nothing can take the pain of heartbreak away, but it helps to be validated in knowing that it's okay to feel it. Thank you, Gina, for another rose. And thank you, Erica, for your duo of team bracelets. Radhe Radhe. Crawford Loretta, you ask, when does the journey as a seeker come to an end? Spiritual seeker means we're in search of spirit. To find the spirit means that you're confused. Because you can't find that from where you are seeking. You can't hold up your own soul and go, there, I found it. Because the soul is the one which is doing the finding. Suppose you had dropped your magnifying glass on the ground. So you picked it up and started looking for it with the magnifying glass. Now you pick something up and go, aha, my magnifying glass. You must have found something else. Being in search for something does not mean that you're separate from it necessarily. Like how many of us have our glasses on the top of our head. We are looking for it without realizing that we're not detached from them. We might feel like the label of a seeker implies that you're missing something. And there is a kind of absence that comes with spirituality. But that absence is not in you, it is you. When we feel empty inside, that's a good sign. Because we are that emptiness capable of holding life, holding love, holding space. To get to the end of our search means that we no longer want to express ourselves. Means that we've run out of ways to be. And that's impossible. You are infinite in potential. That is why the potential is a secret name of God. Shaktiman, the potential, versus the Shakti, the potency. The potential is always invisible. You cannot see it, yet it's there. And what comes from that potential, the potency, the Shakti, all this stuff, it's always missing something. Because it can never quite express the infinite within anything finite. And so the quest continues. The play of life evolves, and it continues doing so. And thank you, Lucky Lu, for your rose and finger heart a minute ago. Radhe, Radhe. Crawford, Loretta, you ask, is the potential that which is aware? Yes, indeed. Shaktiman, Shakti, Purusha, and Prakriti. The Purusha is, well, it translates to person, or I guess being. And the Prakriti, it is from where we actually get the English word create, creation, or creature, from the kriti part of the Prakriti. It refers to the manifest existence. The Purusha is the Shaktiman, and the Prakriti is the Shakti. Creator, creation, awareness, that which is being made aware. And thank you, John F., for your tiny. Yippee! Simbanala, you share that you went to church and after had an accident. Now I am mad at God, but I miss him. How do I move on? Sometimes we think of the spiritual world like we do the worldly world, all in terms of transactions. I do this for you, then you should do that for me. Like it's all business. And to be fair, the world is built on healthy transactions. But in the spiritual realm, this can't be the case. We can't say, okay, God, I will do this for you, and then you do this for me. Why not? Because God already has everything. There's nothing He needs from us. But we, as only fragmentary portions of that infinite, it is us that are needing. And this is where it gets really funny. What we need is not anything material. What we need is something to do. What we really need is to be occupied in doing something fulfilling. So it's not that we go to church, for example, because God needs it. It's because it is for our betterment, for our own feeling of fulfillment. It is like the story of the farmer who lost his horse, and the neighbor said, "Bad luck." The farmer said, "We'll see." The next week, his horse returned and came with 12 other wild horses. His neighbor said, "Wow, good luck." The farmer said, "We'll see." The next week, his son was riding one of the new horses, and it ended up bucking him off, and he broke his leg. His neighbor said, "Bad luck." The farmer said, "We'll see." The next week, war were declared. There was a conscription, and the conscription officer came, tried to enlist his son, but he couldn't because of the broken leg. His neighbor said, "Good luck." The farmer said, "We'll see." And so life is like this. We may get detoured in one aspect, only to be saved from something else. And sometimes vice versa. We cannot possibly understand the greater picture of all the movement of everything on earth, let alone the universe, of all of the molecules of air and the subtle chain of events which happen within and throughout everything. We can only really be mad at our own expectations for how things should be. But if we feel like the way things are shouldn't be, then what we are doing in disguise is claiming that this existence is imperfect. And that's a big assumption, because it's our only existence. We can't change it. we have to assume that our existence is meant to be in order to be a faithful part of it. That is why it is best let go of when we have anger over the circumstances in our lives. And thank you, Warrior Priestess, for your rose and Tiny Tiny a few minutes ago. Yippee! Thank you, love of Yahweh, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And I love that, Steve. Life isn't an accident, but it is an opportunity to experience its existence. It is my honor, Simbanala. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Mickey, for your bubble tea. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Mahina, you share that your cat Tinkerbell has brought 2 cats home, and they all play in the back fairy garden. Of course you have a fairy garden. You are a magical being, it makes sense. Biggie Cheese, you ask Yam, does it take strength to be the weaker person? I like that. Whenever I hear a paradox, my first insight is yes. What does it mean to be a weaker person? What does it mean to be a stronger person? Well, in an argument, maybe we say the stronger person is the one who has greater command of the language in that moment. They're able to have their words penetrate deeply, sometimes to hurt the other. There is a kind of strength that comes in being offensive, but there is an even higher strength in refraining from reacting. The kind of mental strength it takes to be insulted and not insult in return. The equivalent of that strength in the world could lift a mountain, because it feels like you have to be that strong in order to not react sometimes. Thank you, Crawford, for your heart me a moment ago. Radhe, Radhe. De Philosophe, you ask, are you the new Krishna? You know, when the founder of the Hare Krishna movement, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, of course, he was always increasing devotional sentiments toward Krishna, and so his followers naturally asked him, are you Krishna? And he said no, just so plainly, no. They said, why not? He said, I'm not able to show you my divine form. If anyone can do that, then they're Krishna. Fair enough. In the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna asks to see Krishna's divine form. So he does, revealing the infinitude of his being. And then Arjuna quickly gets overwhelmed, which is fair. So considering that's not something in my capacity, I will have to echo the sentiment of, no. I also like what Sadhguru said when someone asked him, "Are you Shiva?" He's a big Shiva devotee. Sadhguru laughed, and then he said, "I am a footprint of Shiva. If you just follow the footprints, you'll find his feet. And if you grab the feet, then you've got the man." Thank you, Fei Lane, for your rose. And finger heart. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose a minute ago. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Ryan the Nerd, for your heart me. Hello, Billy. Radhe, Radhe. Berry water. You share that you're going to fall asleep. The music is so calming. Well, you are more than welcome to. I know that many people do fall asleep during my live sometimes. Sometimes by the end of them, I'll have so many viewers, but no one's commenting. I've put everyone to sleep. Or I've tuckered you all out. Same. Thank you, Kim, for your heart me and quintet of team bracelets a few minutes ago. Ryom Tat Sat. And Mahina, you wonder if I'll be the next Dalai Lama. Well, the funny thing about that is that I can't be if he's still alive, since the Dalai Lama is a reincarnation of the Buddha of compassion, no? So there'd have to be some pretty messy, timey-wimey stuff for him to be double incarnated at the moment. Kelsey, you ask, but do you tucker me out? Actually, you all energize me. Even if I have only had a mere few hours of sleep. After many hours of live streaming, I am bouncing off the walls. And thank you, VYV Fragrance, for your rose a minute ago. Radhe, Radhe. And Crawford, thank you for your trio of fires. Jai Sitaram. LTW, you ask, is it okay to just be alive without purpose or direction? Consider the case of our cells in our body. They all have a purpose, and if they're not fulfilling it, then they selflessly explode themselves. They self-destruct. I believe that one of the definitions of cancer is that you have something wrong with a cell, but it's unable to recognize that something's wrong with it, and so it doesn't self-destruct, and it keeps passing on its genes to its descendants, and thus a tumor builds up. But as humans, even if we're feeling depressed, sad, directionless, purposeless, your heart continues to beat. You still breathe. Your consciousness doesn't self-destruct. So clearly, you're allowed to be here, even when you're not engaged in something. So take it from the rhythm of your own heart that continues regardless of what you're doing. Your very being continues to vibrate without any necessity of doing. And thank you, Warrior Priestess, for your 15 roses a minute ago. Radhe, Radhe. John Simon Ritchie, you ask, did I dream to be a superhero as a child? I did indeed. And I remember asking my mother, because she knew everything. I said, how do I get superpowers? And I must have asked so earnestly that she didn't say, sorry. Only superheroes can have superpowers. No, I was dead set on acquiring superpowers. How do I become Super Mom? And so she said, I think that if you do enough good deeds, you start to acquire superpowers. So I remember that day going to daycare, and I was at daycare with a fellow kid who was a menace. His name was Zolan. I mentioned him a few times now. Zolan, I think. And we were tearing up the downstairs, being mutual menaces. And then I remembered, I'm not going to get my superpowers if I'm doing bad. We gotta clean this up, Zolan. This mess, we gotta fix. Otherwise, we're not gonna get superpowers. So we did just that. In spiritual scriptures too, they talk about siddhis. That's S-I-D-H-I-S. Spiritual powers that happen through bhakti, through devotion, through concentrating your mind's eye on the source of love itself. And as you begin to become an antenna or a broadcast tower for that love, then your energy keeps on increasing. You start to take penances out of sacrifice in order to gain even more hold on the resource of love to share with others in ways that they might not even imagine. And thank you, Mr. Lewis Out, for your rose many minutes ago by now. I am a little behind on thanking you. Radhe, Radhe. I love that way of putting it, Crawford. The siddhis are the cosmic joke. When they show up, one has no desire to utilize. Lost in love. Right? It's like the final test. Okay. You want to be like God? I will give you all these magic powers. And the correct response is, no thanks, unless it'll help me be a better person. And thank you, user 128, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. The light within, you ask. How does one feel to be so disconnected from reality? I would say that if you are trying to escape this reality, then we are ignorant of the beauty that is here. Although our mind has a negativity bias to it, we could be surrounded by 99 positive things, but just one negative thing, and suddenly everything's out of place. Like, all of your teeth could be perfect, but you could have one piece of corn stuck between just one pair of teeth, and suddenly your mouth is no longer something you want to feel. Your tongue's moving around. Oh my, so frustrating. It's just one pair of teeth in which you have something stuck. The rest of the pairs are perfectly fine. Yet we're so focused on getting that one piece of corn. Now I agree that reality is a mixed bag, but it's not all bad. And when we bring our attention to what is good through the practice of gratitude, for example, then we can be present, even amidst all the pain. And thank you, Mr. Luisov, for another rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Vladimir, for your quintet of roses. Ariom Tat Sat. And Erica Draven, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Ali, you ask, as a public figure, how do you navigate negativity directed to you amongst your viewers? Well, I hope it's directed towards me. When it's directed towards other people, I don't know how they're going to take it. They might pass on that negativity to someone else. But I'm very blessed if that negativity comes to me, because then I know that I can put a stop to it. By putting a stop to it, I mean from my side, not from their side. If they have more negativity to throw at me, so be it. But am I going to pass this negativity on to someone else? Now that I do have control over. And so I know that I can be the end of a cycle of suffering by not passing it on to the next person. As a result of that, I almost feel honored to receive it. Now thank you, Born by Lightning, for your paper crane, a beautiful one, many minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. John Simon, thank you for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. And Warrior Priestess, thank you for your TGIFs, 10 of them, and a trio of rosas. Where are you in the world where it could still be Friday? I'd like to be there. But I am there with you, I suppose. Best wishes to you, Ali. And thank you, Sarah Sherman, for your heart me and half dozen roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Mr. Lewisov, for a quartet of roses as well. And Liz, thank you for your balloons. Hari Om Tat Sat. Chelsea, you ask, how can we release trauma? Why don't we crack this one open with an analogy to a geode. By itself, a geode looks almost the same as any other rock. It's heavy, sharp, jagged, it's rough. It could be used to hurt people, cause damage. When thrown, it's very dangerous. But if we're not afraid to dive a little deeper past the surface, we are patient with it and chisel away at the roughness, there can be a sparkling beauty which shines within. What does that mean in this context of trauma? We can look at it from the surface and state objectively that this was a bad thing that happened. No doubt about that. The suffering that is very real. We can't invalidate that. But it's also a kind of spiritual resource. We can utilize it by allowing ourselves to dig a little deeper into the experience and hold the feelings. And that's just it. Everyone wants to get their feelings and release them, go away. We don't have any patience to hold them. However, beautiful things happen when we allow ourselves the space to hold them. Our own awareness, even subconscious awareness, is very penetrating. Just by holding a feeling in our awareness, we begin to unlock it. With every challenge that has come our way in life, there is also the opportunity for growth. For example, I have had some very traumatic anxiety attacks that sent me to the hospital. But I look back at them fondly now. And why is that? Because I know how many of you also experience anxiety. And so now, I am able to share my own experience with those who might appreciate the validation of going through a similar thing. And if that was the purpose of me going through such a thing, then in some sense, I am grateful for it. Because it has taught me so many lessons. And if I can share even a portion of that lesson with one of you, then that validates all of the suffering that I have went through too. And thank you, Jared, for your heart me, team bracelet, and 40 cheer you ups you sent many minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Mio, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, John Simon, for your heartmeet. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Renvox, for your ice cream cone. And I like the way you put that, Crawford. How would we know joy and what to reach for without experiencing the suffering of misalignment? It's very contextualizing, isn't it? And thank you, Sarah, for your tiny. Two of them, actually. Yippee! Thank you, Crawford, for your hearts as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Shelly Sue, for your heartmeet too. Jai Sita Ram. Andy Jax, you're wondering, where am I from? You know, if we zoom out, have you seen that very famous picture that Carl Sagan convinced NASA scientists to take when, was it the Voyager probe going past Saturn or Jupiter or Neptune? I don't know, one of the gas giants. He said, please, please, please turn the camera around and take a picture of Earth. And the NASA scientist said, what point would there be? At that distance, the Earth would just look like a pale blue dot. Carl Sagan said, Eureka! And that's what we shall name the picture. Alright, so they turned the probe around, took a picture of Earth from that distance, and indeed, just a single pixel of the image represented all of humanity. All of the pain, the joy, the misery, the beauty, the ugliness, the comedy, the history. It all took place on that pinpoint of light, this pale blue dot. So I think it's a funny question that we are so concerned with where you are from on this pale blue dot, when in the grand scheme of things, isn't it amazing that we're practically from the exact same spot in the infinitude of the universe, in both space and time? Of all of the 13.7 billion years that you could have arisen, here you and I are on this sliver of time throughout the chronology of the entire reality unfolding. I'm also on the west coast of Canada. Thank you, Jen Singh, for your disco love a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you say, Yam, you never said what you ate at the Indian restaurant yesterday. You just said the drink portion. That's right, I had a rose lassi. What did I have to eat, if I can remember the name? I don't remember the name. It was a kind of cashew sauce with cheese in it, some rice, and I had a coconut and mango stuffed naan. It was a paneer something. A paneer shahi? Something like that. That's right, Shahi Paneer. Thank you, Starfire. Thank you, White Tiger. And thank you, Ollie, for your perfume and a friendship necklace you sent many minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And it's your favorite white tiger. I can see why. It was very delicious. Thank you, Sai Haiki, for your 9 TGIFs. You're from the past as well, it seems. Yet we both exist in the same moment. Radhe, Radhe. And Blaxi, thank you for the heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. Julia, you ask a beautiful question. How can we forgive ourselves for when we lose our temper, even if we've already worked on it? We've worked on it in a past tense. Are we working on it in a present tense? As long as that is true, then no problem. And you are. Having worked on it does not mean we're going to get it right the next time. There's no guarantee that one class on anger management, for example, none of the participants will ever have anger issues again. That'd be a pretty tall order. You're allowed to make mistakes. And every time that we do so, we are working on ourselves by learning from them. If we hold ourselves too firmly to some ideal we have for ourselves in the future, then we might lose track of what's even realistic in the present. There will always be something to improve upon. Every interaction leaves us room for us to deepen our connection with some areas, maybe lessen our connection with some others that we were used to. And seeing that potential for growth is a very good thing, as long as you don't feel overwhelmed by them. Starfire, you ask, do we meet the same people in all our lives? You asked me that last lifetime. I gave you the same answer. There are infinite souls in this multiverse. We could never meet them all within a single lifetime. But we do meet them all. In fact, we don't just have one kind of relationship with every being. We take turns doing a little bit of everything. It's very ironic that your bully in elementary school, they were actually your brother in a previous lifetime. Some of that sibling rivalry just never wore off. And your puppy loves you so much. Why? Because their soul remembers that they were your mummy in another past life. They loved you so much that they couldn't be away from you. And she knew that you loved dogs, so she incarnated as your favorite dog, so she could be with you. now our best friend in this lifetime? How are we able to connect so easily with them? It's because 10 lifetimes ago, you were both worms in the same pond. In the infinitude of existence, we gotta try everything at least once, and so we do. We all take turns being each other's mothers, brothers, significant others. No wonder we forget, because it would get very complicated very quickly. So whenever your girlfriend asks you, "Would you still love me if I was a worm?" Tell them, "Haven't you forgotten? I did love you when you were a worm. I also stepped on you as a worm once. And another one too, but forget about that." Marcy, you shared that you rollerbladed 2 miles today. My goodness. That is a far distance. Good for you. I remember learning to rollerblade when I was quite young. One of the many things that I gave up on. One of those kids that if it didn't work out for them immediately, then you lost all interest. Rollerblading was one of those things. Thank you, Jarrett, for your tiny. Yahoo! Starfire, you ask, why can't we just be a soul roaming, not in a physical form? Because roaming implies movement. Movement implies you're here and then you're there. But as a soul, you are everywhere. So you cannot move as a soul, for there's nowhere for you to be. That is why the very act of doing anything requires some form to carry out that activity. We have a funny relationship with freedom because we may think that to be truly free means that you have the ability to do anything. But here we are in this finite form with all these limitations called upadhis in Sanskrit, all these conditions limiting our soul. When will we ever be truly free? But the freedom our soul truly desires is not the freedom from objects. It's the freedom from our attachments to them, from being defined by the things, the places, the people in our life, where we have given our power of happiness away to. It's very fascinating that we even have that ability. We can give people the authority to make us happy or take our happiness away. It's ultimately our choice that we do so. And so we are choosing to let them. But I suppose true happiness wouldn't be truly fulfilling if there wasn't the accomplishment of choosing to savor it yourself without giving it away or letting anyone else take it away. Hello, Trey J. Maddox, you share that you are French. Francois. You wish you were able to understand more English. And with that wish alone, you shall. Vitreous Vitamins, you share that you're going through a breakup and this helps you detach so much. Thank you. You're very welcome. No, I didn't produce this track, G2 Infinity. I found it for royalty free on SoundCloud. Anna, you ask, is charisma a quality of spirituality? I like that. I'm gonna say yes it is. Because when we understand the nature of our soul as a giver at heart, then why wouldn't we compel ourselves to action, that charisma of service? The best part about spiritual charisma is that it's inexhaustible. Just as inexhaustible as there are possibilities for service. And Mickey, thank you for your bubble tea. Radhe Radhe. Excellent. You ask or share, what is one word of wisdom? You are right. It is. Vero, you ask, is it okay to unlove anyone? We can distribute our love to new places. We might not have the capacity to love all parts of someone. And if they are using our love to satisfy some insecurity, if they are taking advantage of your love, then you can shift where you allocate that love. You may say, I don't love you for the way you treat me when I'm expressing myself authentically, but I do love you for your commitment to trying to understand me. Something like that. We may take our love away from some part only to give it to another. And that's certainly allowed. Marcy, you ask, do you think God believes in us? Such a wholesome question. We are the very belief of God, whereas God is our very belief. The reverse holds true as well. The very nature of this existence having sprung from that source, that springing into being is the faith itself. Without that faith, this whole existence would dissipate into nothingness. There is not one soul here that is not destined to succeed. It's only a matter of time. Bailey Phillips, you ask, what is the cycle of samsara if we are all Brahman? Is it the cycle of our Atman, which is Brahman? This is certainly where Vedanta gets very confusing. When we say that our Atman is Brahman, I would not use the equal relationship. It's not identical per se. We use the word is in several different ways. One of them is to express total equivalence, that 2 plus 2 is 4. The is represents absolute equality. The value of 2 plus 2 is non-different from 4. Wherever something holds for 4, the same holds for 2 plus 2. Brahman refers to that br, which as a root word refers to expansion. So the Brahman is the name we give that expansiveness that contains everything. Because it's omnipresent, that means it's also within us. That fact gives rise to the Atman, the self, existing in all things. And especially in relation to that Brahman, we call it the Paramatman. That Brahman residing in this being, we call the Paramatman. Okay. So in this case, we refer to the self as being Atman in the same way that we refer to my robe as being orange. It is orange, but that doesn't mean that my robe and the color orange are identical concepts, because there are many orange things that are also not my robe, simply put. And so what we really mean by is in this context is being a subset of. My robe is a part of all the things that are orange. Or you could even flip it and say that orange is a quality that is present in the robe, but there are other qualities as well. Now, what to say of the cycle of samsara if our true identity is Brahman? Well, from one perspective, this existence is a cycle of suffering. And from another perspective, it is a leela, a divine play, which we are actively partaking in. The very fact that we suffer is proof that we have a choice in what we can do. For example, if happiness was just given universally to every soul, there was no choice in that matter, then would it truly be happiness? Because happiness almost inspires the idea that there has been a task accomplished. There was a challenge and it was surmounted. It is the surmounting of challenges that creates a deeper kind of fulfillment. So, us participating in this divine play is proof that we're given the opportunity to experience an even more sweeter kind of happiness that arises not from everything being perfect, but from doing our best in aiding this imperfect world. So the goal, therefore, is not to escape it, but to render service to it. And in that service, we become inwardly be free. Be free. Inwardly free. And thank you, Dan Hao-yu, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Anna, you ask, can I not be a part of Maya even though I have a physical body? Maya refers to the material existence. Your physical body is a part of that Maya. But you are not a part of it. We experience suffering when we feel like we are a part of it. But that's just a wrong perspective. It doesn't mean that we actually are bound by material existence. We just believe that we are. For example, someone could stake their self-worth in the presentation that they give to others. That's their choice. If their luxury car gets in an accident, they suffer. The suffering is very real, but only because they had chosen to stake their sense of self in the presentation of others, such as through this luxury car. But the truth is that when the car gets into an accident, that doesn't mean that any part of them has been damaged. It doesn't mean that they've been taken away from any possibility of life. Who they are as Satchit Anandam, as existence, as consciousness, as bliss, is still ever present. It is like how we said earlier about our ability to give power to other people, places, and things to make us happy, even though the true source of happiness is our own ability to choose in the first place. And thank you, Bailey Phillips, for your hearts and confetti. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Jared, for your heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jason, you share that you want to keep making money, but you also want to do what you love. How to balance hobby but paying bills. Now, naturally, work is going to be a challenge. If it wasn't a challenge, then nobody would pay you to do it. The very essence of our economy is, here, I pay you to do this thing that I don't want to do myself. Analyze what it is about your hobby that you love, and start to see qualities of that in your job too. For example, you all know that I love being of help. When I used to work at a deli, of course, I didn't like slicing meat, cleaning everything. The physical labor of it was tiring. But helping each customer put some food on their table that day, that made it worth it. And so, a quality that I like to cultivate outside of work, I was able to cultivate in work as well. I believe that the same is true for hobbies, that our creative ability to express ourselves in some areas of life have the same potential, albeit often abstractly, to arise within the work that we do as well. And thank you, MJ, for your 17 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Stephanie, for your 1-2 roses, a finger heart, and a rosa. Jai Sita Rama. Starfire, you share. Can you believe what happened to me? You resigned in the morning from your job and got another job the same day. It is like a magical thing happened. That is very magical and very meant to be. That's for sure. And I appreciate the way you put that, Jared. When you put the same energy you put into your hobby, into your work, work becomes fun. I agree. It'll still be exhausting. But then again, so is fun. Playing outside with your friends can be so much fun. And you come in thirsty and tired and hungry. Now you do that with work as well, but yet you don't feel like it was fun. Thank you, Crawford, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. I agree, Sky Guardian. Why don't we pause for a little mini reading, the Vachanamrut. Thank you. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for a disco love. And Peter Vans, thank you for your 3 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. So, we are reading from a very tiny book. It is this big. This, simply put, is a set of discourses, spiritual discourses that happened between a great being in the 19th century, simply known as Swaminarayan, among many other epithets, and his devotees. It is like the Bible for a certain spiritual lineage known as the BAPS Swaminarayan Sampradaya. Although I'm not affiliated with such, I have had blessings from the being that we are going to talk about, which is HDH Pramukh Swami Maharaj, who is the current successor of Bhagavan Swaminarayan. And we're going to discuss a little bit about him, and then a little bit about the BAPS Swaminarayana Sanstha. And then we're going to dive into the spiritual discourses. I like to explore many different spiritual lineages and find truth in all of them. Thank you, Stephanie. And thank you for your quartet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And I certainly have many imperfections, but I aspire to grow with you and with the help of all of you. So who is the current successor of Swaminarayan? His Divine Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj is the 5th spiritual successor of Bhagavan Swaminarayan and the present guru of the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha. Born on the 7th of December 1921, he's very old, in the village of Chansad near Vadodara, Gujarat. His childhood name was Shantilal. Quiet and devout, his honest, helpful, friendly ways made him popular among all. Guru Shastriji Maharaj spotted his innate spirituality and in 1940 initiated him into the Sadhu fold, naming him Narayan Svarupadas Swami. His diligence and devotion earned the trust and confidence of Shastriji Maharaj. In 1950, when Narayan Svarupdas Swami was only 28 years old, Shastriji Maharaj appointed him as the president, the Pramukh of the BAPS, in his place. Since then, he has been fondly known as Pramukh Swami. Much of his time is spent in guiding and inspiring devotees. He has considered over 850 mandirs, temples, in India, North America, Europe, Africa, Australia, and Asia, which serve as perennial sources of spiritual inspiration and social harmony. His unique bond with the youths has inspired over 800 to become sadhus, renouncing all worldly ambitions to serve God and society. He is the embodiment of the universal Hindu ideals. In his presence, doubts dissolve, confusions clear, hurts heal, and the mind finds peace. However, most of all, his personal devotion to God and his absolute faith in and the service to God are his highest strengths, greatest strengths. And it is this deep spirituality, along with his selfless work, lifetime celibacy, and self-effacing humility that has touched the hearts of many spiritual, social, and national leaders of the world. Okay, more about the organization, the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha. Bochasanvasi Sri Akshar Purushottam Swaminarayan Sanstha, also known as the BAPS, is an international socio-spiritual Hindu charitable NGO affiliated to the United Nations, founded on the principles revealed by Bhagavan Swaminarayan, which are rooted in the values and wisdom of the Vedas. The BAPS serves society through a variety of medical, environmental, tribal, educational, moral, cultural, social, spiritual, and other humanitarian activities. Its core philosophy and principles were revealed by Bhagavan Swaminarayan in the late 18th century and were established and institutionalized by Brahmasvarup Shastriji Maharaj in 1907 CE. Rooted in the Vedas, the Akshar Purushottam philosophy teaches the existence of 5 eternal realities: the Jiva, that is, the individual soul; Ishvar, God; Maya, the material energy; and Brahman, the ultimate reality. Akshar Brahman, Akshar, the other term they use to describe Brahman, and Parabrahman, the Purushottam, the Supreme God, the Brahman of the Brahman. Bhagavan Swaminarayan taught that the purpose of human life is to attain the state of Brahmarup, in other words, to become like Brahman. Worship Parabrahman and attain Akshardham, his divine abode. To help the Jivas, the individual souls, attain this state, Parabrahman remains manifest on earth through the form of Brahman, the God-realized Guru. And hence, the BAPS has continuously nurtured and nourished, has been continuously nurtured and nourished by an unbroken succession of Brahma Svarup Gurus. Akshar Brahman Gunatitanand Swami Brahma Svarup Bhagatji Maharaj, Brahma Svarup Shastraji Maharaj, Brahma Svarup Yogiji Maharaj, and presently Pragat Brahma Svarup Pramukh Swami Maharaj. A lot of Indian words. Based on the high personal morality, devotional purity, and social responsibility, Bhagavan Swaminarayan initiated a path of applied spirituality that has grown worldwide as the BAPS. Today, under the visionary leadership of Pramukh Swami Maharaj, BAPS has a presence in many countries. It conducts over thousands of weekly satsang assemblies for children, teenagers, youths, and elders, guiding them to live by the tenets given by Bhagavan Swaminarayan. Its world-renowned cultural and spiritual complexities, like Swaminarayan Akshardham in Gandhinagar and in New Delhi, and the Swaminarayan Mandirs in London, Houston, Chicago, Atlanta, Toronto, and Nairobi, are some of its epoch-making contributions to society. Last page. The Sanstha also runs hospitals, healthcare centers, educational institutions, and centers for tribal uplift, and is constantly involved in de-addiction campaigns. During times of natural disasters, the Sanstha reaches out to provide relief and rehabilitation. Today, over 1 million Swaminarayan followers begin their day with puja, worship, and meditation, leading honest lives and devote valuable hours of personal time in serving others. No alcohol, no addictions, no adultery, no meat, and purity of conduct are their 5 lifetime vows. The BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha is firmly rooted in the belief that those who wish to serve humanity must be spiritually pure, and only those who are spiritually pure can serve society sincerely. Under the inspiration and guidance of Pramukh Swami Maharaj, BAPS has earned an endearing place in the hearts of millions throughout the world. So, we have finally come to the end of the introduction of this very small book. But very big is it in spiritual teachings, which we may continue at another time. But of course, to pay homage to its lineage, we must start with an introduction. Here afterwards I can greet you to the imagery that come after these pages, such as looks like Swaminarayan giving a discourse. And does it say on what? Nothing in particular, but that he's under the neem tree. A nice art piece. There's a couple more, I think. There is also a depiction of him. Just a young little guy who was very, very spiritually wise. An avatar of Narayan. And the lineage of gurus that have spawned from him, all the way up to Pramukh Swami Maharaj, which, as I mentioned, I emailed on behalf of Sky Guardian and was elated to receive the blessings of in return, and on behalf of all of you as well. So let us continue reading this lovely little spiritual book and get into the discourses later. And thank you, Lena, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And Mahina, thank you for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. Thank you, Peter, for your bubble tea a minute ago. Jai Sita Rama. Blodreina, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Jarrett, for your trio of roses. Fire, finger heart, snowboard, and 4 roses. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Audrey D, for your finger heart, your quintet of roses, ice cream cone, cloud bread, and TGIF. Hariom Tat Sat. And Pixie Candy, thank you for your heart as well. Hariom Tat Sat. And I'm happy you enjoyed the readings, Auntie. I know this one was more informational, as it is an introduction to the book, really. Now, Simon, you asked, what is your thought on Christians or Christianity? At its heart, which is sometimes difficult to see, especially after so many thousands of years, the core is so pure, so powerful, so uplifting, can almost be bittersweet. There have been many times in history where humanity looked up to a guiding light and through them saw the divine. The story of Jesus is one such example, and a powerful one at that. Other religions, like Buddhism, for example, they have another protagonist, often simply called the Buddha. He had a beautiful life as well, but the end of his life was not nearly as vividly striking in narrative than of Jesus's. Of course, no shortage of miracles can be gleaned from the life of the Buddha. But the passion of the Christ, as symbolized by the crucifixion, now that is incomparable. All spiritual paths have their merits and demerits. And it's clear that the merits of the Christian tradition lie in the deep, provoking stories of the divinity coming into clash with the humanity of Jesus. And NL, you ask, what do you think about in terms of Islam? Like Christianity, it too has such a strikingly beautiful core if one is courageous enough to see it. I really like the idea that Allah, God, and even His messenger cannot be depicted as a tribute to the colossal and infinite nature of the source. Any kind of depiction would only take away some of its nature. It reminds me of, is it the first or second commandment about having no idols for anything of God in heaven, on earth, or in the waters below, because you simply cannot put into form the infinite without limiting it. In some dimension. Sometimes I liken the various religions in the world to puzzle pieces. Each piece on their own is a part of the whole. And when we put them all together, we might be able to see the image that each are trying to convey. Stop talking. My friend, you ask, Yam, why do I feel, if not happier, better, having relinquished much of what I considered spiritual? The golden tether is that we can even be attached to spirituality, just in the same way we can be attached to worldly things, where we might detach ourselves from worldly things to free up some of our inner space. We might make the same mistake as assuming that by detaching from worldly things, it was the world that made us unhappy, and so we attach ourselves to spiritual things, and then we become unhappy again, without realizing that the source of unhappiness was not in what we were attached to, it was the attachment itself. Being attached to spirituality might look like holding to yourself a certain label without room for anyone else's mind, any perspective. You believe that all things in the world are terrible, and only your spiritual path is good. That can be a limiting attachment too. And if we let go of even that, then my goodness, you are truly free. Thank you, Lena, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Bibi, thank you for your 10 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. I like the way you put that, C. Ram Kasoon. Spirit is truth. Groundedness is walking in the world without the veil and with the guidance of divine. That is a breath of fresh air. And thank you, Roxy, for your heart me a moment ago, and a pair of snowboards, one for each feet. We'll call them skis. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, smug-looking emoji, for your pair of ice cream cones. Well, you sent one ice cream cone, but it was 2 scoops in spirit, of course, right? Nuno, you had asked, is transcendental meditation with a mantra a way to connect? Absolutely. In our society, we view sight as the most profound experience of the senses. We say that seeing is believing. But seeing is just one way which we can experience reality. Hearing is another way. People become so obsessed with seeing God that we forget that He has given to us in absence of His physical form, His audible form, through various names such as Adonai, Yud-He, Vad-He of the Old Testament, which came to be known as Yehovah or Yahweh. There is also simply the name God, Allah, Bhagavan, or you could get more specific. In Hinduism, for example, there are many names for God. Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, Kali, Sita, Sati, Rama, Krishna, Radha, Shankar, Narayan, Vasudev. Practically every form of the divine in Hinduism has 1,000 other names. Jesus, Buddha, simply these names alone, by repeated chanting, we can connect with the sound form of God. Just as John 1:1 states, the other Genesis story, besides the book of Genesis, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word. So the Word of God is inseparable. It is the entire force of creation. Now, what is that word in particular? There are many. Because God is so infinite, He has given each one of His many religions a form for them to meditate on, and each one of those forms are equally omnipotent. Jesus looks at the Buddha and says, "You and I are one." Odin looks at Shiva and says, "You and I are one." Hecate, she looks at Durga and says, "You and I are one." All of the forms of the divine say to each other, "We are one." But here on earth, we say, nope, you're different from you. You're not the same as that. I only believe in that, not that. You get away from me, only you. Without realizing that they're all divine. You just have to pick one that you prefer and give your love to that. Thank you, Lena, for another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Donald, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Nikki, for your pair of finger hearts and trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Lena, for another rose I see. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Patty McNasty, you ask, what if I have no religion? That's okay too. just as religion is one pathway to truth. And in religion there is already so much variety. Whether you want to be a Christian, or a Muslim, or a Buddhist, a Hindu, a Jain, a Jew, or a Taoist, a pagan, or some other indigenous practice. There are so many avenues in religion alone. But religion is not alone. It's one of 3 main ways to truth. It's called Bhakti Yoga. Yoga meaning union. Bhakti meaning devotion. Bhaktas, or Bhakti Yogis, these people prefer to approach truth with a devotional sentiment. And it is a totally valid approach. But it's not the only approach that gets you to the same supreme source. There is also Jnana Yoga. These are the Jnanis, the ones who are in search of knowledge as their vehicle for this approach of the source. Like scientists, scholars, philosophers, they're not interested in cultivating the sentiment of devotion. They're interested in acquiring wisdom, coming to an understanding with our intellectual faculties. And that leads to the very same source. So you may not be a bhakta, you may not be a bhakta yogi, but you very well could be a jnani, a jnana yogi, one who prefers union, yoga, through the cultivation of knowledge, jnana. But there are even more paths than that. Besides devotion or knowledge, there are the go-getters, the humanitarians, the volunteers. These people aren't interested in some abstract belief system or the cultivation of esoteric knowledge. They want practical fulfillment through the action that they do in life. And so they are the karmis, the practitioners of karma yoga, the karma yogis. Karma you have all heard before, but it translates to action in this context. Union, yoga, through action, karma. The athletes, striving for excellence. Whether you seek unity through devotion, knowledge, or action, we are all approaching that same source from different ways. And there is a path for everyone. Thank you, Pixie Candy, for your 10-finger hearts. Hariom Tat Sat. Kelsey, you ask, do you believe we will reach a state of euphoria eventually? Globally? We can strive for that and know that the true bliss is not what awaits us after a journey well accomplished. The bliss is in the adventure itself, as we all strive to get there. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your 6 roses a few minutes ago. Hariom Tat Sat. And that's a great point as well, G to infinity. And we can change players' paths anytime. Yes, I was a big Gyani, as many of you know, on the videos that I used to put out on my TikTok channel here. I'd be interested in cultivating knowledge, the nature of quantum physics, astrophysics, mathematical truths about our universe or any possible universe. But when it came down to my very human and emotional side, whereas I had no shortage of scientific knowledge, I had almost no emotional intelligence. During anxiety attacks, all the knowledge in the world couldn't help me, because there's something more to life than just mere rationalizing everything. So very quickly I learned that mere knowledge alone does not suffice. That these pathways to truth through knowledge, devotion, action, they are not mere choices we have to make, but qualities that we can aspire to achieve equally. And I had been missing out on the very practical benefit of bhakti, of devotion. I thought praying to a God that I may or may not know exists, I'll leave that for the ignorant to do. I like my knowledge, thank you, my science. But there's actually a pragmatic benefit to prayer. In fact, everything in religion has a practical benefit, albeit most of that practicality is lost under years of misuse and misattribution. It becomes a robotic autonomy of ritual rather than a sentiment generator for inner wealth. That truly, nothing feels so good sometimes as to just be on your knees begging for guidance. What more can you do, especially during an anxiety attack, when the whole reality around you seems to be collapsing? The most we can do is pray, is to just let our heart be heard by whatever can listen. Thank you, Donald, for your rose, and Joanna for your trio of roses many minutes ago. Goblin Brain, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Bobby Sue, for your heart meat, team bracelet, cheer you up, pair of finger hearts. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your heart meat. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Kironov, for your finger heart. Radhe Radhe. Leah, you share that you feel exploited at work. How can you find fulfillment and feel valued and release your anger? Remember that it is your God-given right to stand up for yourself. By doing so, we set a precedent that everyone has things in their life which are going on, and nobody deserves to be trampled on just because you experience something that someone else hasn't, or vice versa. If you feel exploited, then express that. Whoever needs to hear it, stand up for yourself, set your boundaries, but don't do it at the cost of hurting others. If others get hurt simply by you setting your boundaries, then that is only because they have put their sense of well-being over the line which they crossed to begin with. So I would not recommend letting others walk all over you, because how will you be able to provide service for those that you do love when you have been defeated of all your energy to do so? When it comes to fulfillment, it's important to know that everything we do is out of our own need to become pure. See the challenges not as reasons to become small, but to become everlasting. One that is not conquered by adversity, and grow through and in spite of all the challenges. Feeling valued? Now that is something we have to create from within, since we cannot control the values of others. Of course, we can do our best, and that's enough. When you value your own work ethic, then the validation comes from within. And as a wise Buddhist monk once said, anger is just old karma running off. If we judge ourselves for having those emotions, then we only empower them to arise again. Releasing them doesn't necessarily mean preventing them. If they do arise, see through it, but do so as if they were simply going from some place to another. Let them pass through you without resistance. And in the wake of your anger, if there is anything that you need to attend to, then attend to that. And you ask, am I interested in getting involved in volunteer work? Of course. Any ways in which I can help out via the talents that the universe have bestowed to me, I would love to. Sky Guardian, you confess that you've never read the Vachanamrut, so it's nice to learn with you. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. It is nice to learn with you too. You share that you get to read books you always wanted to try through Yam because you don't read. Well, neither do I. And through all of you, I have someone to read too. Joseph Joestar, you share that you're having a hard time dealing with loneliness after a breakup. It seems to be the theme of this live. There's nothing I can say that makes the pain go away, but I can tell you that it's okay to feel it. Maybe your friends might want you to get back to your normal self again. Maybe this is not a sentiment created by your friends, but your own mind saying that you should be feeling better again. The good news is that breakup is a totally normal thing to experience. And so even in grief, which breakup is a kind of, you are experiencing a very normal part of life. That is to say, there is no better version of yourself which you are being prevented from being. Your ability to experience such sadness, that is a beautiful sign that you have loved. And the loss that you experience is a reminder of how genuine your sentiments were. And if we can come to accept that even the pain is allowed, then the process happens that much smoother. Thank you for allowing me to be of any help. And thank you, Leah, for your heart meet too. Radhe o Radhe. Kiororo no, if you ask how to deal when people mock the phrase, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. And also, is that okay to say? It's true. Religion is but one avenue of expressing spirituality. Whereas spirituality is the ocean, religion is an iceberg. Now, an iceberg is colossal, and it might stand apart from the rest of the waters. Now, the truth is that iceberg is non-different from the water. On a molecular level, H2O is in the iceberg as it is in the water. The only difference is that in an iceberg, it is more ordered. It has a certain structure to it. In the water, it's a little bit more fluid, formless. Things seem to flow. You could say, I'm not on an iceberg. I'm swimming in the water. That makes sense, because an iceberg is just one form that the water can occupy. Now, it's a titan of a form, and a very beautiful form. It can be very powerful. It can also be very destructive,
Like in the case of the Titanic, if you don't navigate it properly, you could end up sinking your whole journey. Exhibition, the word I was trying to say. But as long as you know how to swim, you can just relax in the formless abode of the ocean. Now I fear we may be taking this analogy too far, but you get the picture. Religion is but one expression of spirituality, but there are many expressions that are just as valid. Expedition, actually, yes. Thank you, Guru Tanet. And thank you, Kiradono, for your friendship necklace. Hariom Tat Sat. Reckless Raven, you say, you're going to make my overthinking worse. Well, I can't say that some provocation isn't necessary. But you also don't have to think about everything I say. Although I may bring up many different parts of my experience, it's not your job to understand all of them. I'm only throwing many things out there and hoping that one thing sticks. Justice Angel, you ask, do I like water because I belong to the marine kingdom? Naturally, anything that is feminine must have this devotion towards how effortless the ocean is able to embody traits of the feminine. For she is formless, the womb of life. Her surface may be covered in waves that crash against each other, but the great depths of her abode, though not reflecting the light as her crystalline shallows, are filled with darkness, teeming with possibility. Some say that we've explored more of the surface of the moon than we have of the ocean floor, for she is mysterious, unbounded, and whole. And thank you, Abundant Anthony Kral, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Justice Angel, for your hand heart. Jai Sita Ram. Thank you, Justice Angel, for your trio of rosas and octet of roses. Hariom Tat Sat. I'm happy you enjoy that, Maddie. Do I relate to the sea? If not, what do you think composes the masculine energy? Masculine energy is an oxymoron because the energy is all feminine. It's the energetic that is masculine. You ask, what's the difference between energy and the energetic? If energy comprises everything, and all energy is feminine, then where is the masculine? Trick question. It is nowhere. The ancient scriptures say that there is only one man in existence. That's God. Everything else is his prakriti, his feminine energy, the very expression of life. The energetic is the potential, the source. It cannot be seen, yet it sees all. It cannot be heard, yet it hears all. Cannot be felt, but it feels all. Cannot be known, but it knows all. The masculine is not a thing, person, or place. It is the consciousness which pervades it all. Whereas our bodies come from Mother Earth, our soul comes from the Holy Father. That is why the Spirit is one of the names for God. Whereas the feminine is fluid, motion, dynamism. She is expansion, contradiction, drama, color, vibrancy, variety. The masculine is the complement of all that. Stillness, contraction, one-pointedness, silence, simplicity, the static. Jack Sparrow, you ask, aren't spirits, in modern words, just our emotions? And that's very beautiful indeed. I think spirits, plural, when we talk about the energy of life that comes from one being and possesses the next. Well, that sounds a lot like emotions, that's for sure. We say that Jessica is possessed, and then that entity goes and possesses her friend, Bethany. Well, in modern language, we could say that Jessica, she is being controlled by anger. And then she passes that anger on to Bethany. Then she becomes controlled by anger. Our emotions go from one being to another. Let us be vehicles of positivity, but sinks of negativity. When the negativity comes our way, let us stop it in its track, so we don't pass on that spirit to another. Ava Marie, you ask, how do we not take on that emotion energy of another? To let go or pass through. That's the secret. The problem is not them passing it on to us. It's us passing it on to someone else. Because what we are afraid of, for example, in this analogy of being controlled by anger, is that we go and then become angry with someone else. But that becoming of anger with someone else is the very passing it on. So the key is not to refrain from receiving it. It's to refrain from reacting and passing it on yourself, so that you don't become angry by passing it on, so that you can pass it on. So that means holding the energy without doing anything about it until it calms itself down. If I give you a glass of tea, well, I shouldn't put tea in a cup. That's a glass, should I? I should put it in a teacup. If I give you a teacup of tea, and my goodness, I must have given it a good stir because it's whirling around. What do you do to make it still? Nothing. You just hold it and try not to shake it up yourself. And naturally it calms itself. So too, when that chaotic energy comes within our own space, all we have to do is sit with it. If you feel angry, sit with that anger. Now, you don't have to literally sit. I'm referring to stilling of your decision-making faculty, your intellect. But you, in your body, may go for a walk. Refrain from acting out of it, and it will naturally still. Vitreous vitamins, you ask, can one attain to be fully desireless? Such a state is known as the Paramahansa. However, the Paramahansa is not the highest state that one can be in. Well, in some sense it is. It's the highest spiritual absorption. But you're not of much use when you're just meditating on light. You're not eating. You're not breathing. You're not helping anyone. So one should desire, just not for selfish means, for selfless means. Selfless means otherful, meaning that you are not trying to increase your own happiness. That's not the goal. The goal is to help aid the happiness in others. Shalom. And that's a good question, Tatvamasi. And as Antyanara implies as well, is it still called desire then? Perhaps at that point, a better word is used indeed. If desire innately refers to a selfish return of investment, then seeking a selfless desire is a bit of an oxymoron, isn't it? But I trust that you all know what I mean, since the English language is so flexible. And that instead of yearning to fulfill or gratify one's own senses, we yearn for the spiritual fulfillment of others.
And yeah, exactly, I am the power. If we live life by our own point of view, how are our actions not selfish? Even literally, selfish just means that we have ourself at the center of attention. Being a little more selfless or otherful means that we put equal weight on the experiences of others as we do our own. And thank you, Estrelitas, for your friendship necklace. Hariom Tat Sat. JL, you ask, what do you think about marriage? It's a beautiful possibility. There are many people who are single and unhappy. Many people who are married and unhappy. Many people who are single and happy, and many people who are married and happy. Whatever you choose in life, I hope that you fall into the last two categories. I like that observation, Tatvamasi. Why these paradoxes? Being mindful is to really be mindless. And to be selfish is to really be selfless. Sometimes the opposite of something is also describing the same thing. Like how to the right of zero we have the positives, to the left of zero the negatives, which makes zero its own positive and negative. So in some sense, you could say, if the opposite of 10 is negative 10, the opposite of 5 is negative 5, the opposite of pi is negative 3.14159, etc. So the opposite of zero is zero. These things we call as the self or the mind, they are very much like this zero, reference points for other value. But if you negate either one of them, in and of itself, you might end up returning to that very thing you are negating. Thank you, Nene, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. I like that. I am the power. We are gods of our own lives, so we should respect other entities as their own gods of their lives. Just as we have arisen from this universe as an expression of it, and the reality of our life being precious is obvious to us. We just know, without knowledge, that it's important to live. Now, many of us may joke, being self-depreciating,
that sometimes we wish we weren't living. But of course, if it ever came down to it, we would choose to live. Likewise, that very preciousness of life that is obvious to us, how can that be different for anyone else? If we can recognize it within ourselves, why shouldn't we recognize it in other people's lives too? And so it is just as meaningful to tend to your own well-being as it is to tend to others, when everyone is an equal expression of that same source. And Dianara, you ask, why do we die? The cruelty and pain of watching loved ones die. Why? What I love about the gentleness of Buddhism, for example, we could take your question in many ways, but I believe the Buddhists handle your question in a very gentle way, since it is a sensitive question. Gentleness is important here. Whereas another path, another religion might exemplify God as the fundamental tenet. The first noble truth of Buddhism is the acknowledgement of suffering as a mark of reality, whereas another religion might say God is the ultimate truth. The Buddhists say, I don't know about the ultimate truth, but I can say that it's true that we all experience suffering. So nobody can deny the reality of suffering as a part of our experience through death and through our attachments to loved ones that suffer too. However, not all suffering, how should I put this? Sometimes we bear suffering for the cause of a greater good, like when you go hiking with someone that you love, but they hurt themselves along the way, and so they ask of you to carry their backpack too. And even though it was your friend who was suffering, we carry some of that weight just to take some off of their shoulders. We bear that suffering, but because we want to, because there is a deeper love there which allows us to bear some of that pain. When our friends get hurt, we share that feeling, not to the same extent, of course, maybe only 0.1%, but it's our choice that we do so out of love. So too, nothing that we do or experience is never not out of love. Everything that we go through from birth to death is ultimately in the pursuit of that love. But love is messy, love is complicated,
complex. People do things in the sake of love that end up hurting someone else without their awareness. And we do make mistakes, a lot of them, but we're defined by how we grow from them. There are so many challenges that come our way in the course of life. And when we confine ourselves to one lifetime, it may seem rather pointless to have loved and lost so hard. But just as the physicists tell us that energy can't be created nor destroyed, nor mass, nor momentum, nor information, it's always conserved, so too, I claim that whatever substrate you are in this existence, it continues too. So that the lessons and pain that we bear in one life is not just to reach some oblivion, because remember, from that very oblivion, we have all emerged in this lifetime. You may say that nothing awaits us after death, but it is from nothing that we have come. So returning to it only brings us back to the place from which this life emerged. As all things change form from one to another, why don't we, lifetime after lifetime, loving and losing again and again, as we chisel away at the experience that makes us subject of the greatest story ever told. Thank you, Linda, for your quartet of roses. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your 7 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Now, Jack Sparrow, you ask, is love very different from kindness? Kindness can be one form in which we love. But love is not bound by any form in particular. That is for sure. Now, when a mother has discovered that her young son has gotten into the Flintstone gummies, which are vitamins, and has been popping them in their mouth, my goodness, you'll never see a mother move faster than that. Get those vitamins out of your mouth right now, mister. Snatches the bottle away. Takes the kid off the counter, away from the medicine cabinet. Now, without context, is that a kind thing to do? To be yelled at? Have what you're holding, eating, snatched away? Be pulled away from what you're doing? No. But it was still done out of love. Because if she didn't do that, who's to say what could happen? Eating 100 Flintstone gummies? The child doesn't know any better.
child may cry, "Mommy, please, can I have some more?" And she might not be able to convey that what she's doing is actually for the betterment of his well-being. My goodness, I've done it again. I forgot how long we've been streaming. Now it's been 3.5 hours uninterrupted. Well, I say uninterrupted, but my lovely cat Shadow has gotten me to get up a few times. So I think we should be wrapping things up rather shortly. Getting quite late for me, and I'm sure it is for you all as well. But before we go, I want to thank you all for being here. And I'd love to hear from you my own question. My question of the day. It's a very simple one. But what potential do you see in the world? I'm sure there's no shortage of answers, but I'd love to hear. And then after we do the question of the day, we can do 2 more fun things. That's reading from our daily book and the chanting to close the session. Thank you, Lena, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Aumak and the cowgirl, you echoed the sentiment that sadly you don't see any potential in the world. And that's honest. And I appreciate your honesty. And thank you, cowgirl, for your rose as well. Blodreina, you share. You see the potential of enlightenment. Progress, says Biggie Cheese. And Magdalene, you share. To return back to our intrinsic state of humanity through the omnipresence of coexistence. Very well put. And I concur. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. Very well put. And I concur. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. And stop talking. Thank you for your heart, me. Kuliran? Sorry, that's not an L, it's an I. Kuriran. Kuriran. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but you share that public art that speaks and tells a story. I love that. It's a good answer. And hello, Mikey. I was just thinking about you the other day. Happy to have you here again. Growth and kindness, says Lena. I agree. That is certainly possible. Kelsey, you say a place full of kind-hearted people just like Yam. Well, I thank you for calling me kind-hearted. There are many ways in which I could be more open, but nonetheless, I appreciate your sentiment. And this group, now I certainly agree with that. There are many kind-hearted people here, and I'm very honored to be in the presence of you all. Skyscrapers, says Jules. There's certainly more room for skyscrapers. Perhaps skyscrapers not built out of metal, concrete, glass, and wood, but built on the foundation of love, rising to the heights of universe.
And maybe from that position, we will be able to see the unity of the whole. And Kelsey, you say, imagine if everyone was kind.
I think we all once were. I don't think I've ever met a mean baby. Sometimes I've seen babies imitating their mean parents, but they themselves don't know.
And thank you, warrior priestess, for your 6 fires. Radhe, Radhe.
Mahina, you say the world would be more amazing if there were more yams in it. We'd have much more peacefulness. I think I'd go crazy though. You might all like it. I wouldn't. Thank you, Tatwamasi, for your quintet of roses.
Radhe, Radhe. And Laura Lotion, your potential that you see is watching the world experience love through the eyelashed soul windows of our loved ones. Very poetic and well said. Lino Shams, you see the potential in the human collective of this world to unite in a place of sincere compassion. Now that's very well said as well, and I agree with that sentiment also.
I appreciate your question, Chloe. Be patient with yourself. And if you are walking in the woods and you just had your phone flashlight, which might light up a few feet in front of you on a particularly dark night, but your friend who is a well-known camper, now they have their brand new 2000 lumen flashlight that they bought straight from the factory. Now this baby, it's got 3 settings to it, and even the first setting outshines your flashlight by 100-fold. Now what purpose would you have in keeping your phone light on anymore? You'd probably put it back in your pocket. So too with the pleasures in life. If we find a kind of bliss that outshines simple, temporary pleasures, and of course we're going to put those aside to dive into that ocean of nectarine fulfillment. But until that day comes, don't be so hard on yourself, because oftentimes suppressing urges can only lead to an upheaval of them again in the near future. Now, thank you everyone, by the way, for attending to my question of the day. I very much enjoyed this exploration of the potential we see in the world. I'll end with Mahina, who shares, what potential do you see in the world? Peace, kindness, and the rich, helping the poor. It would make sense, wouldn't it? Like osmosis.
Now if we put salt next to a vegetable, there is some salt in the cells
the plant cells that make up that vegetable. But the concentration of salt grains on the surface is so much higher than that within the cells that it starts to pull the salt into it. And eventually, the pressure, the osmotic pressure, might even burst some of the cells, damaging it. This is why you should never put salt in a wound, for example. High pressure naturally flows to low pressure. High concentration to low concentration. We should hope that eventually the osmotic pressure of the wealth distribution in the world also eventually causes it to homogenize at some point.
Thank you, Heaven Bound. Did I thank you for these? I think I did. Nonetheless, I thank you again for your 26 roses you sent a while ago. But Priscilla, you had another rose. Thank you for that, Priscilla. Ariom Tat Sat. Kelsey Ann, you ask, Yam, what do you see for potential in the world? I see the potential for a more colorful future where we are not afraid to hide behind monochromicity. Each one of us may be in charge of a single flower. And if we all come together to plant a garden, what a most amazing garden that would be. And thank you, Mahina, for your paper crane. Radhe, Radhe.
And yes, Mikey, I do like musicals. Just the other day I watched Wonka, the musical rendition of Willy Wonka, and I very much enjoyed it with Timothy Chalamet. Now, why don't we crack open the book that we were reading, this Roar of the Ganges, written by Swami Taratmanandaji, who has given his permission for me to read this to all of you. And he also mentioned that he'd be making this book free as a PDF soon, so I don't have to encourage you to buy it. But you're welcome to anyway, of course. In this book, before Swamiji was known as a Swami, a spiritual renunciant, he was then known as Mark, who I believe grew up in Pennsylvania, or at least came from there to start his spiritual journey. Whereas before he was a young, married computer scientist, he eventually found a deep urge to study ancient spiritual scripture on the banks of the Ganges, a spiritual river, at an ashram, a spiritual hermitage, in Rishikesh, a spiritual city in India, a spiritual part of the world. Let's see, what part of the page did we leave off on? We were talking about... yes. Talking about the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, which were two great Indian epics. We were also talking about a bridge that spanned over the Ganges, named the Lakshman Jula. The narrow road through Lakshman Jula was choked with the usual mix of people cows, bicycles, and scooters. To escape the crowd for a while, I sought refuge in a tiny roadside restaurant whose name, Ganga View, was crudely hand-lettered on a rough board hung over its entrance. Entering the dingy doorway, I discovered that, true to its name, it indeed commanded an excellent view of the river's winding course from its rear veranda. I ordered a cool drink and relaxed after my long walk. The restaurant appeared to be popular with foreign visitors. Most of the tables on the veranda were occupied by Europeans smoking cigarettes and drinking mineral water. Among them was Richard, a bespectacled young man from England whose wavy hair stuck out stubbornly in all directions. He told me that he was a graduate student in economics from London. He took leave from his studies to spend 6 months in India to learn about Hinduism and all that, quote unquote. Richard was staying in a small ashram nearby. In describing his own spiritual search, he said that reading a few books on Indian philosophy had stirred his interest. He found those teachings intriguing, but had lots of questions. He had come to India hoping to find some answers. Yet, he complained of not making much progress after a full month of exploration. Richard explained, "Yesterday, I went across the river to the Sivananda ashram to hear Swami Krishnananda give a lecture on Vedanta. He explained how in reality we are infinite, immortal, and all that. But I don't understand. I'm a human being. I was born. I will die. I have a personality, ego, and lots of problems. How can I be immortal and infinite? Am I simply supposed to believe him?" "Well," I began hesitantly, "these teachings need to be understood properly. It's not really a matter of faith. It's more a matter of personal discovery." "What is it that I am supposed to discover?" he asked. "The truth of yourself." "But I already know myself," he rebuted. "I told you, I'm a human being. I was born, I will die." "Yeah," I concurred. It seems like such a paradox at first. But consider this. Suppose there truly is an aspect of ourselves that is infinite and immortal, but we have failed to recognize it. If we haven't discovered it, then of course these teachings will seem paradoxical. In Vedanta, they say that we really don't know who we are. They say we have made many wrong conclusions about ourselves. "How is that possible?" Richard challenged. "Maybe I can be wrong about economic theories and the like, but how can I make wrong conclusions about myself?" "We make lots of wrong conclusions about ourselves," I responded. "For example, think of how you would feel if you scored badly on an examination. When you saw your grade, you might call yourself stupid. But that's a wrong conclusion about yourself. It's just a grade. It doesn't indicate your intelligence." "Yeah, so that shows how we can make wrong conclusions about ourselves. If you don't know that you are intelligent, then a bad grade could convince you that you are not. Vedanta points out our tendency to think like this. It teaches that if we don't know who we really are, we are bound to make lots of wrong conclusions about ourselves.
wrong conclusions that make us feel miserable and suffer. The human capacity for making wrong conclusions about ourselves and suffering as a result is powerfully portrayed in a story quoted by many Vedanta teachers. I was happy for the opportunity to share this wonderful story with Richard. Have you ever heard the 10th man story? I asked Richard. He had not, so I began to recount the tale. In India long ago, there were 10 students who lived with their teacher in a Gurukula, a traditional school. It was customary then for students to live with their teachers and study for a period of 12 years. From time to time, their studies would be interrupted by a visit to their parents' home or a pilgrimage to a sacred place. A few days before an important religious celebration, the teacher called his students together and instructed them to go on a pilgrimage. They were to travel on foot to a village many miles away and worship there at an ancient temple on an auspicious date. Their journey would not be an easy one. Their route would cross mountainous regions and dense jungles. Their teacher, being old and frail, could not accompany the boys on their journey, so he charged the oldest boy with the responsibility of looking after the safety of the others. Early the next morning, the boys set out on their pilgrimage. They walked from village to village for 3 days, crossing mountains, jungles, rivers along the way. When they came to a river too deep to wade across, each boy had to swim to the other side. After the last of them had stepped onto the far bank, the oldest boy wanted to check that all had crossed safely. He asked them to stand in a line so that he could easily count and confirm that they were all present. Facing the line of boys, he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He stopped suddenly, feeling puzzled. Where is the 10th boy? He wondered. Thinking that he must have miscounted, he tried again this time, starting at the opposite end of the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then he broke out into tears and cried out, "The 10th boy is missing!" The younger boys began to cry while he ran around frantically searching for the missing boy. He looked upstream, downstream, in the jungle, everywhere. But the missing boy was not to be found. Finally, he collapsed in exhaustion and lay on the ground sobbing in anguish. He feared that his classmate had been swept away by the river or devoured by a hungry tiger in the jungle. He was grief-stricken, not only because his classmate was gone, but also because he held himself responsible for the boy's death. An old man happened to be passing by and observed the commotion near the riverbank. He approached the mournful group and asked the oldest of them what had happened. Between sobs, the boy narrated their pathetic story and confessed his responsibility for the tragedy. The man looked around and quickly grasped the situation. He said, "The 10th boy is not lost." The oldest boy replied, "How can that be so? I looked everywhere and couldn't find him." The wayfarer was amused by the boy's foolishness, but restrained his laughter. The 10th boy was never lost, he declared. The 10th boy is here. Now, I will show you the missing boy. He instructed the students to line up once again,
and directed the oldest boy to stand at his side, facing the others. "Count them again," he commanded. The doubtful boy counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. "See? I told you," he declared. "The boy is gone." The man laughed and said, "You counted 9, and the 10th boy is you. You forgot to count yourself. You yourself are the missing boy for whom you searched." For a moment, the boy stood motionless, stunned by this revelation. And well done, Shakira. Then, as his grief and anxiety vanished, he smiled sheepishly. "That's a great story," Richard said with a laugh. The boy didn't know that he was looking for himself. "Yes," I continued. "He made a wrong conclusion about himself. He failed to recognize who he was. That's the point of this story, to show that what we seek in life, love, joy, peace, and contentment, is already here within us. It's not hiding out somewhere. You didn't lose it anywhere. My guru frequently said, 'You are what you seek.' The seeker is the sought." "But if that's true," Richard countered, "then why don't we realize the mistake on our own?" I explained, Look at what happened to the boy. He incorrectly assumed that the missing boy was somewhere else. So he undertook a useless search along the river and in the jungle. But as long as he continued to search, he would never find his classmate because he was looking in the wrong place. That's why traditional teachers say that seeking fulfillment in the world is futile. We seek love and peace and contentment, but we look in all the wrong places. We laughed, imagining the frantic boy's silliness as he ran around looking for himself. Richard recalled a similar story, familiar to us both, about a man who lost his keys one night. He searched around a lamppost for hours until a passerby came and asked, "What are you looking for?" "My keys," he replied. "Can I help you look?" the passerby asked. "Where did you lose them?" "I lost them over there, in the alley." Astonished, the passerby asked, "Then why are you looking here around this lamppost?" Then came the ridiculous answer, "Because the light is better here." We laughed again at the irony that we generally seek happiness and contentment wherever it is convenient to look, in relationships, in entertainment, in success. But when we are looking in all the wrong places, chasing rainbows in search of the mythical pot of gold, but then we are looking in all the wrong places, chasing rainbows in search of the mythical pot of gold. Richard grew quiet and stared at his empty bottle of mineral water. I gazed out of the window at the Ganges flowing below, thinking about another story, one from the Mahabharata about Karna. And why don't we listen to that story a later time? I am sure there are many other great memories to reflect on in this lovely book, gifted to me by our Sanghi, Sky Guardian. For now, we'll take a moment to pause and reflect on this story of the 10th boy. Good night, Michelle. Happy to have you here. Thank you everyone for listening with me. We're going to close our live with a chanting soon, but before I do so, thank you Shakira for sending a heart me whilst I read. Radhe Radhe. Thank you Priscilla for your ice cream cone and TikTok. Jai Sita Ram. And I'm glad that you loved that story, Lily. I did too. Mikey, you're wondering what my favorite musical is. It's a good question. I think the one I told you. I really enjoyed that movie adaptation of Wonka. Timothy Chalamet. It's very expressive. And I like the songs that happen throughout it. And thank you, Sufi Sidhu, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. And I'm happy that you liked Wonka too, Shakira. You also share that you forgot to be sad today. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe you can remember tomorrow. And thank you, Scott, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And it's Lol Goggles. I like your name. Thank you for your donut. Hariom Tat Sat. Mikey, you say that I should totally watch Ride the Cyclone. I'll add it to my list. Thank you for your recommendation. So, the chant that we are going to chant today is none other than one of the many mantras that I often say while thanking you all. That is, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, which can roughly be translated to Om, salutations to God in the form of Sri Krishna. If you're feeling like a bhakta, a devotee, the personal form, or if you want to take a more philosophical interpretation, it's salutations to that which shines dwelling within you, referring to consciousness, the inner divinity. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And just for fun, here is how it might be rendered more than 2,000 years ago in the oldest script that we know, rendered Sanskrit. So here in the ancient Brahmi script, I have transcribed the mantra Om, the lotus, Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I thought you'd like that. It is a very beautiful script. So I'm going to minimize the background music so that we can maximize the reference audio, which is going to be Swami Tadatmanandaji's recitation, which Sky Guardian has also provided for us. And I'm going to turn it up quite a lot since it's a little muffled. So I hope you can hear past it, but you know the pronunciation is up there. So normally, how it works is the first chant, you'll hear Swamiji recited, and then he'll say chant together, and then we all do it together. But you're more than welcome to just listen. Of course, I can't hear you, but in spirit, I do. All right. This is also a 20-minute chant, but we'll just do maybe 5 minutes of it.
The mantra has its own meaning and nature. Also, It's set to a raga, which seems to suggest, at least to me, the raga suggests Sri Krishna's smile. See if it suggests it for you. We'll chant out loud at first, then we'll chant softly. Finally, we'll chant in silence, using this mantra to bring your attention within for the sake of appreciating that divinity within you in the form of your own consciousness. Listen and repeat at first. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Repeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Listen and repeat again. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Together now, join me please. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo chant more softly now.
All right. Let us pause our chanting there. As I said, it goes on for another 13 minutes or so. But it's a great place to pause for now. So I thank you all for joining me in this Sangha today. We've elapsed over 4 hours of this, which is very special. Thank you. Thank you, Lena, for your rose. And thank you, warrior priestess, for your applause, 2 of them, and trio of rosas. Radhe, Radhe. I hear my phone alarm going off. Let me detach it, pause it. Means I've really been streaming a long time if that's going off. Alright, let me minimize the mantra. And thank you, Joanna, for your trio of roses and cloud bread. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, warrior priestess, for another pair of finger hearts and 2 rosas. Jai Sitaram. Siram Kasoon says, good night, Shadow. I will pass on your best wishes to him. Is that on YouTube? No, it was sent to me directly from a recording of Sky Guardian's presence in the satsangs that Swamiji does in New Jersey weekly. So it is a very proprietary isn't the right word, a very special and an exclusive chanting for us all. Thank you, Joanna, for another ice cream cone too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Lena, for your rose too. Jai Sitaram. And warrior priestess, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! As always, I will be uploading the recording of this entire live to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, the first link in the link tree of my bio. And yes, I would love to do a live stream outside again. And it's funny that I haven't done one since the weather actually has been very nice. So perhaps we can do so 2 days from now. I am a little worried that someone might start up a lawnmower, but maybe the universe can plan things out for us. We'll see. Tomorrow we'll be doing a ASMR Sunday, so I think an indoor atmosphere would be suited best for it. But on Monday, we can shoot for an outside live stream. How does that sound? And the recordings that I do upload on the YouTube channel, they come with a lot of perks too. It's not a mere dead archive channel, very lifeless. I make sure to have fun thumbnails, titles, and descriptions that are unique to each one. But most importantly, the description contains a whole chapter system, down to the minute, where there's the exact timestamp that you can click on next to a title of every topic that we covered during the whole 4 hours. So if you just like the readings, you can click on that. If you just want to hear maybe my response to something you said, you can find that and click on that. anything else. It's all there for you. There's also another YouTube channel that I run, the Yamsox ASMR channel. If you don't know what ASMR is, it's a very relaxing thing that you can do to calm yourself down, where we focus on sounds and peacefulness in general. Satisfying things to see and hear on that channel. Since I value relaxation as an important part of spirituality, we've been doing some spiritual ASMR, like reading from this ancient scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. So far, we've done a video on the introduction, everything you'd ever wanted to know about the Bhagavad Gita. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, and now Chapter 4, just 2 days ago. But I plan on doing other stuff, like guided meditations there, as well as other tutorials on chanting for anxiety relief and relaxation. I definitely chanted a lot to get through many anxious moments. And I also uploaded a talking you down from anxiety video that's also there on the Yamsox ASMR channel. So in case that's something that might be of useful to you, feel free to save it to your watch later. Hopefully you don't need to use it, if you know what I mean. But it's there for you. And Chelsea, you shared that you bet you were the first listener on Chapter 4. That's sweet. Well, I'm happy you got to see it. Lily, you say, tomorrow is Saturday. You believe I got mixed up. Did I? What day is it? Is today Friday? I've been calling it Saturday the whole day. I did get mixed up, so maybe we can shoot for a session outside tomorrow. Here I was thinking it was Saturday. My goodness. I was living in the future. Yeah. You know, I recently learned my months. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. My perception of time is very poor, despite the fact that I'm acutely aware of the passage of time and how quickly things go by. Thank you, Lena, for another pair of roses from you too. G, thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Warrior Priestess, thank you for your friendship necklace and rosa. Jai Sita Ram. Animal Style, and you say that time is a construct. Yes, I agree, until you miss your doctor's appointment, and then suddenly it matters to keep track of it. And yes, Shakira, there very much was a question of the day. Here, I'll open the question of the day, but just for you, no one else. You can think about it. What potential do you see in the world? Read it, remember it, think about it, get back to me. While you're thinking about it, let me advertise the Yamsox, which are on my microphone. Here I am, a Yamsox, in between two Yamsox. I always feel very cheesy advertising this, but this is genuinely something that you can get your hands on. In the store section of the link tree in my bio, you can get yam socks. Socks with yams on them. And they're good quality socks. And they help me fund my journey towards India, which I am most of the way there to, actually. Or there's also a tiny, tiny beanie. Oh, there it is. The tiny that says, yippee! Just because I'm silly like that. It's something that you can get in return for supporting me if you ever wish. No expectations. And thank you, Dagmata, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Alright, Shakira. Maybe you can let me know tomorrow or in the comments of the recording of this uploaded to YouTube. But let this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, one form of the divine which speaks to my heart. Alright, Shakira, you share that you see the potential for people to be more silly. Beautifully said. I agree. Too much seriousness. And thank you, warrior priestess, for your quartet of fires. Radhe Radhe. I hear my alarm going off again. Now I really must end it. But where are my Manjira? Oh, tiny finger symbols. Here you are. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyama, Radhe Shyama, Shyama Shyama, Radhe Radhe. All right. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Bye.